The Commission resumes. Before I remind the Major General that he's under oath, I want to welcome some visitors who are with us this morning, who are from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of the Republic of the Ivory Coast, who are on a tour of South Africa to see what they can learn from our experience in the area of truth and reconciliation and so forth.
Umhlekazi umgcini sihlalo uthi phambi kokubakhumbuza uGeneral kuphansi kwesifungo ufuna ukwamkela indwendwe ezibaleka egqitha eziqhamuka kula mhlaba wase Ivory Coast abantu abakwi Truth and Reconciliation Commission yakulelazwe beze apha kuthi ukuzofunda okokuba bangabamba ntoni nantoni kwezi ezike zenzeka apha kuthi.
I want to extend a welcome particularly to Maître Marie-France Goffre Kouamkra, who is the lady in the middle there, who stand up, who is the president of the commission, and who led this delegation. I hope all the members, all those involved in the commission will be on their best behaviour today, so that our visitors will go back to the Ivory Coast with a favourable impression on the way we work.
Mhlekazi uthi ethemba kokuba abantu abakule commission baza kuziphatha kahle lentetho usho ikakhulu ukubamela ukuba hayi noko ke masithumele umfanekiso omhlele ngaphandle.
I explained to them that this is a judicial commission, so we more or less follow the procedures of in a trial in the High Court.
Baye bachazela kokuba lo oluphando lusebenza. They
are very interested, I understand, in seeing how we work. And as I've said, I hope that their visit will be a fruitful one. They'll be leaving us at one point in the morning to go to Freedom Park for the reinterment of the remains of some MK members. They'll then come back and have tea. There is, I understand, a birthday celebration this morning, where they've been invited to attend that. And at the end of this morning's session, they're going to ask us some questions based upon what they see and what they have observed of the conduct of the rest of you, including me. Major General, yes. Major General, you're still under oath? Mr. Ngulwana, you're going to continue with the examination in chief.
General, you'll recall that we're still on the 16th in the afternoon. What measures did the plan have to avoid casualties and or injuries?
General Sepaya with 16th August emva kwedina ngoku kule elicebo lalibhaliwe plan lena intoni eyayikhona yayizokwenza kokuba yenze kokuba kungabikho uphalalo lwegazi apho nabantu abonzakalayo.
I started as an overall commander to lead the negotiations. We got the hostage negotiators to negotiate with the protesters.
Ndaqala phaya ke ndi overall commander kundime endiphethe ngaphezulu ndathola aba abenza ezothethathethwano i-negotiators okokuba ziyothetha nabaqhankqalazi.
I also talked to the protesters themselves.
Nam ngokwami ke ndiye ndabane luthethathethwano nabaqhankqalazi.
Our first defensive measure was to put the barbed wire to separate the police and the public.
Into yokuqala sayenza ke ukuzikhusela thina safaka olucingo lona meva phaya kokuba kukhusele amapolisa naba abanye abahlali.
In my presentation yesterday, I did indicate that there were 6 nyalas that they had to place the barbed wire, and those nyalas could stand there when the dispersion has to take place.
Ndiye ndachaza ke izolo kokuba kwakho izinyala ezisithandathu phaya ezizawutsala olucingo oluhlabayo kwenzele okokuba kubekho ukhuseleko.
that could create a safe area between the between protesters, police, and the public.
Apho kwakuzokwenzeka khona ukhuseleko phakathi kwabaqhankqalazi, amapolisa nabanye abahlali.
The operational commander has to warn the protesters and give them a reasonable time, and his instruction would have been interpreted in the Fanaka law, hence we had an interpreter.
Lo operation commander owayephethe apho kwesisehlakalo ke kwakuye wayezanikeza imiyalelo. Le miyalelo ibiza ugqithiswa ngentetho yesifanaka law kubaqhankqalazi, intetho abayivisisayo kwakukho itoliki yesifanaka law apho.
To encourage the dispersal process, the operational commander was also supposed to position the public order policing in the following manner. Firstly, to put the nyalas.
Othi ke ekude kukhuthazwe aba baqhankqalazi ukuba benze lento bebazokuyixelelwa, ubezothi lo operation commander asebenza ngolhlobo abeke umgca wamapolisa lawo ekuthiwa yi-POP,
and members of a POP with tear gas, stun grenade.
Kwakuzoba khona nenyala ezime apho ke apha be-POP bazobe baphethe i-stun grenades, baphethe nesithuthi esikhalisa inyembezi, tear gas.
Behind the nyalas, there could have been water cannons, because those are the soft target vehicles for any other weapon that, and then the armored vehicles could have been in front even of the water cannons.
Kwakuzothi apha phambi kwe-water cannons kume ezi zingqelo zamapolisa ezibizwa ngokuba ziyihipo, ezo ke zime phambi kwezi ezilandelayo eziphethe amanzi.
The last line of public order policing would have had the rubber bullet for force continuum.
Bekuzothi ke umgca wokugqibela we-public order policing ngasemva baphathe ezi zimbumbulu zeraba ukuze xa kuchutshekwa ngomsebenzi.
Before any other matter that could have served as a show of force,
Phambi kokuba kwenzeke lento ke into eyayiboniswa apho bukhoyo bamapolisa ngobuninzi.
the operational commander, at his own discretion, when he realizes that the dispersion is not taking place, and he will be in the process encouraging the dispersion to take place, he will now give the protesters a second warning.
Bekuzawuthi ke lo ophethe apho ucommand operation commander xa ebona ukuba lento ayenzeki njengoba efuna ukuba basasazeke kube se akhipha izwi eliwumyalelo elijongiswa kubaqhankqalazi.
In encouraging the protesters, some of the people would disperse voluntarily.
Kwakuzothi ke xa kwenzeka oko xa kukhusha lo myalelo lena abanye babaqhankqalazi bebazokuzihambela bona ngokwabo.
What would the operational commander be saying in this warning, General?
Amazwi abezawathetha u-operation commander kwaba bantu imiyalo yakhe ibezawuthini.
The operational commander will also formulate his own words, but the words that I envisage as an overall commander was that he will firstly say to the protesters, the gathering that that is taking place is illegal.
Amazwi bendicinga ke mina kodwa noko operation commander ubezosebenzisa awakhe amazwi mina ngokwami bendicinga ukuba into yokuqala kufanele baxelelane ukuba le nhlanganiso lo mbuthano awukho emthethweni.
You have been informed several times, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today, that the gathering is illegal.
Ubezobakhumbuza kokuba senhlele kaninzi kusuka ngomsombuluko lesibini lesithathu kude kube namhlanje kokuba lento nihlangene ngayo lo mbuthano awukho emthethweni.
You were also being informed that if you want to have such a gathering, you are supposed to serve a notice.
Bazakwazisako ukuba ngokuya ngokomthetho xa nifuna uba nombuthano njengalena kufanele nenze isicelo.
And in serving that notice, then the police, the responsible officers and authorized officers will sit down and plan the gathering and the marching.
Emva kokuba nenze eso saziso nikhiphe lo myalelo kokuba kuzawuphi inhlangano njengalena kuzawuthi ke besipolisa benze amalungiselelo engowona okokuba lizawulawulwa kanjani olo hlelo.
Okay, thank you, General. Is there any other additional measure? Remember, the question is, what measures did the plan provide for avoiding casualties or injuries?
Sekhona okunye othanda ukuchaza General ngoba umbuzo ubuthe nathatha manyathelo mane ukuze kungabikho monzakalo apho.
Yes, Chairperson.
Ewe Mhlekazi.
In the process of encouraging the dispersal, I've already said that he will give a second warning and a reasonable time.
Cheke emva koko kuzawuyikezwa umyalelo wesibini bese kunikezwa ixesha elaneleyo emva koko.
And he will order the TRT, NUF, STF to take position 100 meters away from the dispersal process of POP.
Uzibeze uthi emva koko ke abeseyalela aba bampolisa be-TRT nabe NIU nabe STF okokuba bathathe benze umgqa ongaba 100 meter emva kwaba abanye.
That would have added a value on a show of force to anybody who's there to say, wow, we cannot do any other thing as is just to disperse in a voluntary manner.
Leyo ke bekuzoba indlela yokubonisa aba baqhankqalazayo ukuya kwamapolisa ukwenza lemgqaphayo kokuba tyhini kukho into eyenzekayo ngoku masisuke masihambe.
Thank you, General. What then transpired? You see, you testified yesterday about your remaining at the jog until the time you went to Major General Annandale and asked for an available chopper so that you could take to the skies. Could you take the commission through after you've got into the chopper, what you then did, where you flew?
Manje ke ngoku General uthezwa lo uyawahlala phaya kwijog kwaze kwafika ixesha uthetha nomhlekazi uAnandale kulungiswa inqwelo moya so ungenile ke inqwelo moya isibhabhile ngawusicela ukuba naye aphina.
Chairperson, myself and Brigadier Chilwani, we were in a coin security chopper. We alighted a coin security chopper and we flew.
Mna ke no mhlekazi uChilwane sangena ki chopper yakwa Proti Coin.
What was the purpose for your getting onto that chopper?
Injongo yenu yokungena kuleyo chopper kwakuyintoni General?
Chairperson, that would have made me to be in a better position. While I listened to the radio, I could also see the visuals from the chopper.
Yayindinika into ebhetele yokuba ndive okokuba kwenzekani apha konomathotholo ndibe ndikwazi nokubona uba kwenzeka ntoni phaya phansi.
What would your seeing the visuals from the chopper enable you to do?
Ngoku izinto bowuza kuzibona apho kwichopper zenzeka phaya ibe izokunika ithuba lokuthi wenze ntoni.
Chairperson, it would give me a better view and understand also the communication in the radio.
Bendizokwazi ukubona bhetele ukuba kwenzeka ntoni ndikwazi nokuthi ndive apha kunomathotholo ukuba yintoni eyenzekayo.
Would the visuals that you, well, tautologically speaking, would the visuals that you see from the chopper enable you better to perform your functions as an overall commander? What I'm trying to get at is, whatever you see from the chopper down there, what would it enable you to do, if anything, as overall commander, General?
Umbuzo uthi ke uzabuza thi phaya uma uphaya kwinqolo moya ubone izehlakalo zisenzeka phaya ndicinga ngoku kokuba ubuzawuba nendlela ebhetele yokuba ukwazi ukulawula imeko kangcono xa ulapha.
Correct, Chairperson. When I was at the chopper,
Kunjalo mhlekazi xa ndiphaya kwichopper
I could see the dispersal process of the two nyalas pouring water.
ndandikwazi ukubona ndabona ezi zinyala ezimbili xa zibathiza ngamanzi.
And I could hear the instructions of Brigadier Khalid, who was the operational commander, giving the instructions.
Ndandikwazi ke nokuva imiyalelo kaBrigadier Khalid xa ethetha phaya enikeza imiyalelo ukuba makwenziwe ntoni.
I need also to put it to the Commission that I could not see people moving around, only vehicles, nyalas, and the bigger and the cannons.
Mandibeke okokuba abantu babehamba apha ndikwazanga ukubabona bona ndandibona nje inqwelo ezi hipo inyala ezi nezi zithwala amanzi.
You're being up in the helicopter. Would you have directed the operation if you thought it was not going according to plan? Would you have given any orders from there because you were in a better position to see what was happening?
Andithi ke general uphaya phezulu kwinqola ujongile ngokuyabona ukuba ayikho into engahambi kakuhle phaya ubunako kokuba ukwazi ukunikeza imiyalelo ukuba hayi sinukwenza ngolo hlobo yenzani ngolo hlobo ngoba ubukwazi ukubona bhetele.
Operationally speaking, once the operation has commenced, it's in the hands of the operational commander.
Ngokomthetho ke wendlela kusebenza ngomgaqo xa isistatile operation isisemagxeni ezandleni zalowo ophethe apho.
If I hear on the radio that there is something going wrong,
xa ndisiva apha ku radio kokuba kukho into engenzeki ngendlela apho,
and seeing that there is also something going wrong,
ndikwazi ukuyibona leyo nto kokuba nyhani le nto ayihambi ngendlela,
without any help sought from me, I can intervene.
ngaphandle kokuba kukho uncedo mhlawumbi olucelwa kum okokuba kakwenze ndinako ukuba ndingenelele apho.
Operationally speaking,
Kodwa ke ngokomgaqo nqubo
I expect that the operational commander should also communicate with me.
kube kuyawudingeka okokuba lo uphethe apho kwenzeka khona operation commander iqamshelane nam.
How high was the helicopter in which you were above the ground?
Yayiphakeme umgama ongakanani le helicopter wawukuyo kusuka pha apha emhlabeni phansi?
Chairperson, I am not quite well in terms of the measurements, but I can give estimation of knowing that it was the highest chopper that was flying in terms of the levels.
Andinalwazi olungako ke mhlekazi ngokuphakama kwezi zinto kodwa into endingayisho ukuba yiyo yayiphakama egqitha zonke ezinye helicopter kusuka emhlabeni.
Did you have a pair of binoculars with you?
Buzo kuba ephethe i-binoculars ezekwazi ukubona kude.
No, Chairperson.
Ndandingaziphathanga.
I take it the fact that you say you heard Brigadier Khalid giving instructions, that indicates that what you saw at that stage was what we called scene one, because that's where Brigadier Khalid was. Is that correct?
Ndiyathemba kokuba uthi weva uBrigadier Khalid kunguyena okhupha imiyalelo. Ndithemba kokuba eso kwasisehlakalo siphaya sokuqala ngoba uye wayephethe apho uBrigadier Khalid.
Chairperson, the indication that I had, it was when Brigadier Khalid was asking why the TRT and the STF are not moving. That's the one that I started hearing him saying. And then when the chopper started saying no, it seems as if there are bodies lying down. It's then that I heard bodies lying down. The first time that I hear bodies lying down.
That's scene one, though.
ubethetha ngokuthi intoni zingamuvi angahambi amapolisa we-TRT njengoba exelelwa wathi omnye kukho imizimba iphaya phansi kwaba lityeli lokuqala ndisiva kokuba khona.
Are you talking about scene 1 or scene 2?
Uthetha ngesahlakalo sokuqala ikanye nesesibili General.
May I phrase it thus, Chair, with your leave? General, at the time you were at the chopper, did you know whether there was scene 1 or scene 2?
That's not the question. You now know that there was a scene 1 and a scene 2, don't you?
Andithi kwangoku suwazi okokuba kukhona isehlakalo sokuqala nesesibili esenzeka General.
That's correct, isn't it?
Correct, Chairperson.
You may not have known at the time which was scene 1 and which was scene 2.
Ngelo xesha uphaya ubungenalwazi.
You now know where scene 1 was.
Kodwa kwangoku uyazi okokuba xa sithetha ngesahlakalo sokuqala iyiphi indawo sithetha ngayo.
Correct, Chairperson.
Now, the scene that you were looking down at initially, as you described to us, do you now know whether that was scene 1?
Indawo obuyijongileke uyibona phaya unolwazi okokuba kwangoku okokuba apho kulapha kwenzeka khona isehlakalo esisokuqala.
Perhaps he should describe what it is that he saw.
Maybe he must answer the question and you can then ask your question.
Uthi makaphendule umbuzo emva koko umhlekazi uNgalwana uzawuchaza.
Chairperson, as I'm saying, I saw the water cannons that could have been scene 2 already.
Ndibone icannon ezo zamanzi mhlekazi kungenzeka ke ngokuba khona kwazo phaya okokuba sesibini sehlakalo.
That's what I saw, but what I heard is correct. That could have been scene 1.
Lokhu endakuva ke kuthethwa njengoba usisho nje kungenzeka okokuba into eyenzeka phaya kwesehlakalo sokuqala.
When you heard mention of dead bodies, sorry, not dead, but you heard mention of bodies down, did you appreciate that someone may have been killed?
Akuthiwa kukho imizimba yabantu abaya phansi kwaba kwingcingo kwabo bakungenzeka kuba khona abantu sebeswelekile.
Chairperson, that could it has given me the indication that there is something wrong, but because I was high, I thought that where I was, I tried to communicate with the operational commander, but that time the communication was very high between him and the chopper.
Into endayiva mhlekazi xa kuthiwa khona imizimba ephansi ndacinga uba kukho into engahambi kakuhle phaya ndabe sendenza inzameke zokuba ndiphamshelane no-operation commander kodwa kwatholakala ukuthi babhizi ngelo xesha yena ne-helicopters ezinye kuyathethwa.
Then realizing that, I ordered the pilot to take me back to the jock.
Ndithe xa ndibona le nto ndacela ke-pilot okokuba hayi mayiphinde umva yondibeka phansi.
Can I just understand that you were able to hear Brigadier Khalid while you were in the chopper?
Kweli xesha ngexesha uphakathi kwi-helicopter ubungakwazi ukumva uBrigadier Khalid xa ethetha.
Brigadier Khalid and others.
uBrigadier Khalid nabanye ewe.
When you heard that the phrase bodies down, you tried to communicate with Brigadier Khalid?
Uthe xa uva ukuba kukho imizimba elele phaya phansi wazama ukuthetha noBrigadier Khalid ngelo xesha.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe kunjalo.
I'm not clear as to what happened then. Was he unable to hear you? What exactly happened when you tried to communicate with him? Well, were you asking him what had happened?
Ubombuzo ukuba kwenzeka ntoni apho into oyixelela ukuba kuye kwabakho ukungavani apho ngokuba wayethetha nabanye. Ndive kakuhle apho.
I testified that at that time the communication was very high between him and Lieutenant Colonel Farlam. Realizing that, then I gave the pilot the order to take me back to the jock.
Ndithe xa ndithi ndiyangenela ndeva phakathi kwakhe noFarlam uthetha bethetha ndacela ipilot ke lo udriver wehelicopter emfondini mawundithathe undibeke phansi.
Sorry, forgive me, I don't understand this. Was there communication between Brigadier Khalid and Colonel Farlam? Is that the reason you couldn't communicate with Brigadier Khalid?
Uthi ngelo xesha kwakho intetho phakathi kwaKhalid noFarlam yiko nje ungakwazanga ukungenelela uthethe naye.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo.
I see.
General, when you were on the chopper, could you explain briefly what it is that you heard in the conversation between Brigadier Khalid and Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak?
elixesha usehelicopterni ke general intetho eyiphakathi kwaKhalid noFermak wawukwazi ukuva bathetha ngantoni?
I heard after the Brigadier Khalid asked why TRT and the others are not moving forward.
Into ndeva kubuzwa kokuba yintoni TRT nababanye bangakwazi ukuthi baqhubekele phambili.
Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak said there are bodies down.
Waphendula ke uFermak esithi hayi kukho imizimba ephaya phansi. Into endayiva leyo.
To me it was not clear where and how these bodies are down because I didn't hear anything, maybe a report of or there is any shooting.
Kwangacaci ke kumo kokuba lemzimba iphansi indawo phi apho phansi ngoba kungekho report endiyivile yokokuba kuyadujula noma into enjengaleyo.
Is there anything else you heard, or is that all?
Kho enye intetho owayiva ngaphandle kwaleyo?
That you considered significant?
There was also what I heard when Brigadier Khalid was giving a dispersal instructions.
Enye into endayiva ke ngeliya xesha uBrigadier Khalid anikeza umyalelo ukuba makwahlukane.
And he was ordering the water cannons to pour water and giving the instructions to POP members.
Waye nikeza imiyalelo kwaba bewater cannons okokuba mabasebenze mabachile ngamanzi enikeza nemiyalelo kwaba bePOP.
I also heard him saying, do not engage the target before the target engages you.
Ndamva nalapho ethi kubo ningangeneli xa bona bengeze kuni ningahlaseli xa bona bengahlaseli.
That is significant that I heard also on the radio while I was still in the chopper.
Into endayiva leyo nsephaya phakathi kwichopper.
What did you then do after hearing this conversation, General?
Emva kokuba uvele ntetho ke General waswenza ntoni?
I said I ordered the pilot to take me to the jog to find out and understand what is all about the bodies.
Ndacela i-pilot le driver le helicopter kuba indithathe indibuyisele kwijog ndizokwazi ukuba ndibone ndiqonde kokuba kwenza kantoni.
And so you got to the jog. How long were you on the air for?
Phaya emoyeni ke General waba ixesha elingakanani phaya xa sowuthelekisa?
If you remember.
Chairperson, I'm not precise on that, but in my estimation it's about 20 minutes.
Andinanyaniso epheleleyo umhlekazi kodwa ke xa ndithekelela kubuzwa nje phaya ko-20 yemizuzu 20 minutes.
You then got back to the jog. What did you then learn about what it is that had happened?
Xa sufika ke kwijog wafumana waxelelwa ukuba sekwenzeke ntoni nantoni.
On my arrival at the jog, to my dismay, I learned that there was a shooting that took place and there are people that are dead.
The xa ndifika kwijog ke ndamangala ndeva ukuva kokuba kukho kuye kwadutshulwa phaya kukho abantu abaswelekile.
There were reports that were coming from different scenes.
Kwakukho ingxelo ke ezazivela kwizindawo ezohlukile apho.
It was when I learned that we now have scene 1 and scene 2.
Kulapho ke ndizawufumana kokuba khona isehlakalo esenzeke kuqala sekwenzeke nesinye sesibini.
I just inquire what time this was that you received these reports?
Xesha kwakuxesha lini xa ufumana ezi reports ezivela ngapha nangapha?
Chairperson, I'm not quite sure, but it was the time when I arrived at the jog.
Andina nyani ngexesha mhlali ngaphambili kodwa kungeli xesha ndifika phaya
Approximately
kwijog.
what time would that have been?
It could have been between 16:30 to between 16 to 16:30.
Uthi ixesha ayethelekisa kwakuphakathi kuka 15:30 kuya ku 1600.
1600 to 1630 or 1530 to 1600? General?
Uthi 15:30 kanene 16:30.
I'm not quite sure, but it was in the afternoon of that day.
And
Senanyane phelele kodwa kwakusemva kwadina ngaloo mini.
We know from your evidence yesterday, approximately when you got into the helicopter, that we were able to ascertain by cross-referencing it to what you'd heard over the radio. Now, the question now is, what time did you get back?
Sive izolo xa ungqina ba ungene nini kwikhopa xa niyapha phezulu nexesha nanibaya ngoku buzo kokuba xa nifika apha usiva le ngxelo kwakungahle kube ixesha lini xa sowuthelekisa.
But that can be disproved by reference to this. But I think we will do that.
Chairperson, it could have been at about 16:30.
Kwakuyaba phaya ko 16:30 mhlekazi.
Okay, you're back at the, sorry, I'd lost my train. You're now back at the jog, General. You discover what had happened. As overall commander, what do you then do?
Ngoku ke
rest of
general
that afternoon.
usufikile ubuyile apha kwijog uyayiva ukuba sekwenzeke ntoni njengomuntu ophethe icommander engaphezulu eyongameleyo kwasekwenza ntoni.
Take us through what you did for the rest of that afternoon.
Xelele ke ukuba suka ngelo xesha kude kuyovalwa wenza ntoni.
Chairperson, I heard from the radio that the medical emergencies have been sent to the scene.
Ndeva apha kunomathotholo kokuba sekuthunyelwe aba bezolapho phaya kwindaweni yesohlakalo.
I also checked as whether are the people enough to handle those that have been injured.
Ndabe sendenza ke nesiqiniseko sokuba abantu benele ukujongana nemeko yalaba ababonzakele.
I also ensure that there is a checking in terms of those that are injured and critically injured. They also get medical attention in the hospitals.
Ndayenza nesiqiniseko sokuba kujongwe ababonzakele nabonzakele kakhulu nokuba bathunyelwe bafumane uncedo lokuba baye ezibhedlela.
And the injured people were sent in different hospitals.
Ababonzakele ke bathunyelwa kwizibhedlela ezahlukahlukene.
After realizing that the injured ones are being, and then also I ask the management to assist me to identify those that have died.
Ndacela ke ine management okokuba isazise okokuba ngobani aba bantu abafunyaniswa kuba sebaswelekile.
Because at that time I was also supposed to compile a report.
Ngoba ngelo xesha kwakudinga okokuba ndibhale i-report ingxelo ukuba kwenzeke ntoni.
I was assisted in terms of getting those that it was a process of being helped since from that day.
Kwaba ke apho ndifumana khona uncedo ndincedwa kusuka ngaloo mini ngabanye.
And those that have been arrested, I also checked as to whether the processing of the arrest is taking place.
Kwabakho ababanjwayo ke nalapho ndaba no kuhlolisiso kokuba ababanjiwe kwenziwa into efanele na.
Sorry to interrupt you, General. Did you compile the report?
Wayibhala i-report, General.
The JOC did compile a report to inform the NATJOC.
Kwaba i-JOC ebhala i-report yazisa i-NetJOC.
Is this the report that would have formed part of the National Commissioner's media address the following day, which was the 17th? Is that what you're referring to, or are you referring to something else?
Le ngxelo othetha ngeireport owayenza yile eyanikeza uCommissioner jikelele kwintetho ayiveza kubapapashi bezindaba ngemini elandelayo, noma kwakungenye ireport leyo.
Chairperson is correct with the necessary changes, because it might not have been maybe taken as it is, but it also formed part of the media statement.
Ewe right kwakuyingxenye yalento yavezwa kubapapashi kodwa ke kwabakho uchinjo phaya naphaya.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just to go back to something you said a few moments ago. When did you learn that there had been two scenes, as it were, a scene 1 and a scene 2? When did you learn that for the first time?
Makasiphinde umva kancinci. Kuvenini okokuba khona isehlakalo sokuqala kwase kuba khona nesinye sesibini.
Chairperson, is when I arrive at the joke.
That you said was about 4:30.
Xa ndifika kwijoke. Ixesha likabo 4:30.
Correct.
About that.
Correct,
Kunjalo.
Chairperson.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it was known by around about 4:30 already that there had been two scenes, incidents at two particular scenes, scene 1 and scene 2. That we can accept as a fact.
Singayamkela ke lento njengenyaniso kokuba ngexesha lika 4:30 kwase kukho ulwazi nazo kokuba kukho izehlakalo ezimbini, esokuqala nesesibini. Kunjalo.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe kunjalo.
Who made the report to you?
Uyakhumbula okokuba ngubani owakwenzela le report?
Chairperson, it's when I arrived at the joke and when I was asking, the reports were coming from the scenes.
Xa ndifika kwijoke ndibuza ii-reports ezazivela kwizindawo apho izehlakalo zenzeke khona.
You still haven't answered my question, actually. The question is, who told you that there were two scenes?
Umbuzo ukuthi
I understand reports that were coming in, but who actually was the person who told you that there were two scenes?
Ezangena. Kodwa ngubani owaxelela oweza kuyaxela ukuba khona isehlakalo esinesi owaxelela?
Major General Annandale informed me that Captain Lust did report about scene 1.
Major Annandale wandixelela ukuba uCaptain Luce uye wenza ingxelo kuye ngesehlakalo phaya sokuqala.
And he also informed me that General Naidu informed him also that there is scene 2.
Waphinde wandixelela ukuba le yesihlakalo sesibili ingxelo ivele kuye ngoGeneral Naidu.
Did General Annandale say to you it was reported to him as quote-unquote scene 1, General?
Andithi uthi kuwe xa report ukuba ivezwe kuye lento kuthiwa isehlakalo esibizwa ngesehlakalo sokuqala?
No, Chairperson.
Hayi ngolohlobo.
How was it described to you? Do you remember?
Usakhumbula ukuba yavezwa kanjani kwelento kwathiwani?
I was only being informed that there are people that have been shot at one copy and there are also other ones shot at another copy.
Yavela ngolhlobo kwathiwa kukho abantu abadutshuliwe kule ntatshana enye kukho abanye abadutshule kule ntaba yesibini.
Right. Is there anything else of significance that happened on the 16th of August before we move on to the following day, General?
Before we move on there to that, you talked about arrangements being made for processing those arrested, as you put it.
Uye wathi kuye kwenziwa amalungiselelo okujongana nalaba bebabanjiwe.
Where did the processing take place?
Babe isfaphike abo apho kwakwenziwa khona imsebenzi yokubabopha.
At the mines premises, the reason being that Marikana police station was under renovation and there was no electricity at that time.
Yenzelwa lento phaya kwindawo yasemine isizathu esenze bangela oko mhlekazo kokuba ipolice station yasemarikana yayilungiswa ngelo xesha kungekho mhlakazo kungekho gesi.
When did you discover that?
We ugcineni ke le ndaba kokuba ku
Did you find out that you couldn't use the Marikana police station
leyo ukuthi nani
for the purpose of processing those arrested because it was under renovation and there was no electricity? So you had to use premises at Marikana at the mine, really, the mine buildings, I take it.
olulwazi lokuba
When did you discover that?
ngakwazi ukusebenzisa ipolice station yasemarikana ngezizathu ezinikeza ukuba yayilungiswa ube nolwazi ngaloo nto nini?
Chairperson, in the morning, when it was also to say that when General Edendale said, when we were tasking Brigadier Sibuluki, and Brigadier Sibuluki said that Marikana police station is still under renovation, there is no electricity.
Ndayiva ngaloo mini kusasa xa uSibuluki ethetha noAnandale okokuba ipolice station isalungisa nangoku akukho ugesi phaya.
Time was that?
Usakhumbula ixesha kwakunini?
What time did you receive that report?
Uva loo ngxelo.
It was in the Jocom of 6 o'clock.
Kwakuphaya kwi-Jocom ka-6 kusasa.
You knew already during the Jocom of 6 o'clock that the Marikana police station couldn't be used for the purpose of processing people arrested. That could only, so that's why you had to request London, as I understand it, to make space available to you for that purpose. Is that correct?
Yiloo nto ke nenza okokuba ngokungenxa yokuba nisazi kusuka ngo-6 okokuba nikwazi usebenzisa ipolice station yasemarikane nacela ulonmin okokuba enza amalungiselelo okokuba xa kukho umsebenzi onjengaloyo wenziwe khona apho.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
So, does that mean that you anticipated at the 6 o'clock Jocom meeting that space for processing persons arrested would be required or might well be required in the course of the day?
Okusho kokuba phaya ko-6 kusasa naseninazo ingcingo zokuba kungahle kubekho isidingo sokuba nisebenze ngolu hlobo kukho abantu abazawubanjwa.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo.
When did you approach mine management to ask them to provide a processing space?
I-management yaphaya emayini nathetha nabo ngeliphi ixesha okokuba benza amalungiselelo endawo apho kungahle kube khona aba bantu babanjiweyo.
Chairperson, it was done by Brigadier Sibuluki.
Yenziwa nguBrigadier Sibuluki.
When did it happen?
Ixesha kwakunini?
Precisely, I'm not going to be able to say because it was done by him.
Andinokwazi.
In the morning before the media conference held by the Provincial Commissioner, during the conference, after the conference, when exactly, more or less?
Usuthelekisa nje emva kwale ntetho ka-commissioner nabapapashe emva kwayo noma phambi kwayo noma ngeliphi ixesha?
I may not say in the morning or what, but I know that the tasking was done at 6, but the confirmation I do not know, or at what time he has approached the mine management.
Ukuthi waya nini kwi-management yasemayini andinanyani mhlekazi kodwa ke le ngxelo yavela phaya kusasa ngo-6 ukuba makubekho isicelo esinjengeso.
Had it been done by the time of the special Jocom meeting at 1:30?
Xa kuba khona le special Jocom phaya ku1:30 senziwe eso sicelo.
Chairperson, at 13:30, I remember there was a time when he was only confirming about the detention facilities in the other police stations.
Phaya ku1:30 ndikhumbula ethetha ngendawo apho abantu bangakwazi ukuvalelwa khona kwi-station zamapolisa ezohlukahlukile.
I asked you this question because what you have been telling us now is not the same as what you said in paragraph 53 of your statement that you made in November last year, which you already confirmed under oath to be correct.
Lento oyithethayo yohlukile kulo wayithetha ku-paragraph 53 yentetho yakho kwi-statement sakho wasenza ngoNovember.
What you say there is, after describing how you went back to the JOC, found out that people had died and been injured and arrested, you then say, paragraph 53, I immediately left for the Marikana police station with Brigadier Siboloki. I found the conditions not conducive. The police station was under renovation, it did not have power and cells to detain the deceased. I approached mine management, and SAPS was provided with a processing space a short distance from the JOC to utilise as a processing centre. Detectives and officers from the Marikana police station moved to the premises offered by the mine for processing of the detainees, and then you go on. Now that, you say, took place after you got back to the JOC, which was, as we know, was after 4:30. You say you went yourself to the police station, you found certain things. Now this is not what you told us earlier. Now, what's true, what you said in your statement or what you told us this morning?
uthi umhlali ngaphambili ubuza ugeneral lentetho ngoba yohlukile kulento ayithetha phaya kwestatement sakhe athi emva kokuba esehlile kwichopper wabuyela ejok sekwenzeke yonke lento wabese epolice station no Brigadier Siboloki bafumana kokuba ayilunganga ipolice station yaseMarikane ngoba naku yayilungiswa kungekho nepower ugesi phaya kwabe sekulungiswa kokuba amafokisi alapho asuka wona aya kule ndawo yasemayini emva kokuba yena asethethe nemanagement yamapolisa.
Chairperson, Brigadier Siboloki was tasked earlier on to check the place. When I got to the JOC and when he reported to me that the police station is not, does not have electricity, I wanted to check as to whether what is he telling me, can't we utilize any other place at the police station? Hence, I drove with him there. And then he already informed me on our way to the police station to say, General, as a result of this electricity shortage, I have already approached the mine management, and he also took me to a place where the mine management has already given us a place. That is what I'm trying to say there.
The statement I approached mine management isn't correct.
Lento yokuba waya wena kwi-mine management ayinyonyani ngoba ugeneral uveza kokuba waye yokwenza inyaniseko okokuba lento ethethwa nguSiboloki injalo esemxelelo uSiboloki ukuba imeko injani nokuthi uye waya kwi-management yasemine wayowenza esisicelo.
As I'm saying, Chairperson, it is Brigadier Siboloki, so it is not correct. But thinking that he was acting under my command, when I tasked him, that's why I took as if it's done by me.
What you said wasn't right. What you said wasn't correct. Why did you say something that wasn't correct? Under oath, they reaffirmed here, yes, here when you began your evidence.
Chairperson, what I'm saying is that I'm explaining that it is done by Brigadier Siboloki.
But you said I approached mine management. You didn't approach mine management, he did. And why did you say you did?
Apha uthi nguwe waya kwi-management intoni uthetha kanje kanti wena wayanga akungowe owaya kwi-management.
With respect, Chair, I thought the witness...
I'm waiting for your answer.
Ndimele impendulo yakho Mhlekazi.
Chairperson, is the fact that it was reported to me by Brigadier Siboloki.
Yenziwa lo kum lo report yenziwa nguBrigadier Siboloki Mhlekazi.
Your explanation.
Iyona inkcazelo yakho leyo?
Yes, Chairperson.
I understand. Please proceed, Mr. Ngilwana.
Ngaqhubeka Mhlekazi Ngalwana.
What did you then do the evening, General, of the 16th of August leading on to the 17th of August?
Kusihlwa ke ngomhla 16 General kuzawusa ku 17 wawusenza ntoni?
Chairperson, after there was a lot of activities that were taking place that we need to brief different people, and the National Commissioner, we have also to to brief other dignitaries of what has happened.
Izinto ezininzi esezenzekile ke mhlekazi ngako kwakufanele saziswe senze i-report kubantu abaninzi ko-National Commissioner nabanye abaphakeme.
On the 17th, the National Commissioner was expected to give a media briefing.
Nge-17 kwakulindele okokuba u-National Commissioner enze ingxelo kubapapashi.
The press conference was facilitated by Lieutenant General Petros.
Wathi ke lento yokokuba kuzabakho intetho nababethatha izindaba yemalungiselelo enziwa nguGeneral Petros.
And before the National Commissioner could give the media briefing,
kwaye pamba umkomishina nikeze ingxelo kwabezindaba.
I also I briefed the media also by playing the video that has been played here.
Ndaye ndazisa abendaba ngokubonisa umboniso lo ndibonise kwalapha.
And that's the video that shows you addressing people next to the railway line and telling them to leave their weapons there. Is that correct, General?
Loyo ngaba ngulomboniso ubonisa ubonakala ubonisa abantu ngakuyi ndlela estimela uba bashiye izixhobo zabo khona yabe kunjalo.
Are you aware of any media coverage of your, shall we call it in loose terms, presentation to the media before the National Commissioner addressed the media?
Ilo ndlela yakho ubonise ngayo phambi kokuba uzobonisa umkomishina.
No, Chairperson.
Akunjalo.
Then you handed over to the National Commissioner to address. Do you recall what her address was?
Emveni koko yowayinika umkomishina welizwe lonke ungasakhumbula uba wawumcela kanjani?
The words precisely, I won't be able to say them, but I know that the National Commissioner did make the announcement of the incident.
Is it necessary to leave this evidence? We have the
Yes.
text of what she said.
Yes.
Exhibit F5. And unless there's something particularly you want to highlight from this witness, it's not necessary to re-prove what she said, with a hyphen between the re and the prove, what she said through this witness.
I was about to say precisely that. Thank you, Chairperson. Can we, General, just perform a sweeping exercise? We are now going to move to the criticisms of the experts. But before we get there, I just want to perform a sweeping exercise, if you like.
Mr. Ngubana, are you going to deal with the material covered? I'm going to tell you how to run your case, because I'm sure you know better than I, but the impression I got from the statement, supplementary statement, was at this point of the evidence he was going to tell us what's contained in paragraphs 31 and 32 of the supplementary statement before you get on to his answers to the criticisms. We thought that's the logical way to do it, if I may say so, but if you disagree, of course, you're free to proceed as you wish.
Pamba sifika apho benisacinga uba ubesazixela ngokukhona ku-paragraph 31 and 32 pamba sifike kwizigxeko ezo zabochwepheshe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The sweeping exercise starts at paragraphs 31 and 32 and moving on to the next issues. General,
Ngaphambili kodwa ungqina wabo buqala ku-paragraph 31 no 32.
May I ask you to turn to G3 in the documents bundle. You'll find that at pagination 272 under flag 14.
Sorry, Chairperson, I just wanted to get the
Let's go to flag 13, page 272 of the documents bundle, bundle A.
14, Mr. Inglewana, you said 13, I think. I think what you want is 14.
Thank you, Chair.
As you said before, it's page 272.
272, flag 14. That is a call-up instruction. Could you just explain to the Commission in brief terms what the purpose of the call-up was?
Ngasicela ukuba injongo yayo yonke lento yokuba kubizwe ababanye kwakuyintoni.
The purpose was to get the information, to collate the information so that it could be presented to the Commission.
Injongo kwakuthi bezwe phaya bazokwenza ingxelo epheleleyo okuzawulungiselwa okuba ibekwe phambi kwali commission.
You will see, General, between the trim lines at the top of that first page, it says call-up, debriefing and preparation for Judicial Commission of Inquiry and so on, and it gives the dates. And if you go to the next call-up instruction in the same collection of documents, on page 275, you see the same call-up, debriefing and preparation. And it's the same thing with the third. It also talks of debriefing and preparation. How do you explain the use of the word debriefing in the call-up instruction?
Uzoyichaza kanjalo ke lendlela ibekwe ngayo apha okokuba eli call up kwakuthiwa i-call up yokwenza i-debriefing ukwenza ingxelo nokuxelela abantu ngesehlakalo esenzekile nokujonga uba yintoni engenziwa.
Chairperson, the word debriefing here is not the one that is intended in terms of Standing Order 262.
Le gama elisetshenziswe lapha i-debriefing akuyo le debriefing eyenziwa ngaphansi komgaqo nqubo Standing Order 262 wamapolisa.
It was for the collection of information for the Judicial Commission of Inquiry because it was already being announced on the 17th.
Ngoba kwasekwenziwe kupapashwe le commission ngomhla ka-17 apha ke injongo kwakuba kufunyanwe zonke ingxelo zezinto ezenzeka ukuze kulungiselwe le commission.
As I understand it, this series of meetings took place from the 27th of August to the 31st of August, if you look at that first page.
Xa ujonge apha kwikhaseli lokuqala i-meeting ezizabakho kusuka mhla ka-27 August kwaze kwayobetha umhla ka-31 kulo nyaka.
And then again from the 3rd of September to the 6th of September 2012.
Kwaye kwathi ke futhi emva kwaye kwathi emva koko kusuka mhla ka-3 kuSeptember kude kube
the 6th of September.
kude kube mhla ka-6 kuSeptember.
That's correct, isn't it?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhla.
Were you in attendance on all those days, General?
Wawukho kwezi nhlanganiso zonke imini general?
Chairperson, I did attend these meetings, but I was not always sitting in those meetings. There were other things that one will have to attend.
Ndandikhona kwezi meeting mhlekazi kodwa ke ndandingekho phakathi kwinhlanganiso onke amaxesha kwakho ezinye izinto kwakudinga uba ndizenze.
Do you recall on how many days you were there?
Sakhumbula okokuba waba apho imini ezingaki.
Do you remember how many days you were present at these meetings, General?
Sakhumbula general imini owawukhona kwezi nhlanganiso ngazo kuba zazizingaki.
Chairperson, as I have indicated, I will be attending, but if there is any other matter that may calls me, because we were also being called to attend somewhere, I will go out and attend something that I was supposed to attend. It might also happen that I did attend all the meetings in terms of signing the attendance register, but also going somewhere.
Kungenzeka ukuba ndasayina zonke insuku okokuba ndikhona phaya kwiregister, kodwa njengoba ndisitsho kwakukho amaxesha apho kufanele ndiphume khona ndiyokwenza eminye imisebenzi njengoba sendichazile.
So shall I take it you were not present throughout the proceedings? Is that what you're telling us?
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe ntsho kanjalo kokuba ndandingekho lonke ixesha lale nkqubo yale mihlangano.
In those sessions that you were present, could you explain briefly what it is that you observed happening at those meetings?
Kwezo wawukuzo ke general ungakwazi ukusichazela ukuba yintoni wayibona isenzeka apho.
I attended the first one, which was opened and addressed by the Provincial Commissioner.
Eyokuqala ndandikuyo yavulwa kwathetha uProvincial Commissioner.
And the Provincial Commissioner was saying that all of us that we are there, we need to bring all the information to be collated so that it should be presented to the Commission of Inquiry.
Into ayithetha uProvincial wephondo kokuba sonke silapho kufanele sizize yonke ingxelo izokwazi ukuba ihlanganiswe ikwazi ukulungiselwa iCommission.
The one also I attended is the one where I took part, particularly is the one where the shooting of the 13th took place.
Enye ke endandikuyo apho ndathatha khona inxaxheba mna yayiphathelene nodubulo ololwenzeka ngomhla ka-13.
Chairperson, we were divided in groups. Those as of the 13th, you will go there, and also the others, they will go there. And then when we come back, we have to give a feedback to Colonel Fesser. And
Qela ohlukile ke mhlekazi aba bezehlakalo zemini ethize njenge-13 nabanye bakwenye indawo ukuthi ke emva kwexesha sihlangane sonke kuhlanganiswa leyo ngxelo yayithathwa nguColonel Fesser. Yayithathwa nguColonel uFesser.
Were there any notes that, let's talk about your group or involved in the events of the 13th, were there any notes that were taken before you went back to report to Colonel Fisser?
Kulewa ukuyo ke yesehlakalo zomhla ka-13 kwakukho into ezazibhalwa apho enanithi xa niya nazo phaya niyokwenza ingxelo kuColonel Fisser niye nazo lezo notes.
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe kunjalo.
Who took notes?
Kubani ke owayebhala apho?
The individual members were also making notes, but there was a specific person that will be taking these notes. To us, the one that I remember, because I was also one of them that took the notes to the members when they were reporting to me. And then I also give the feedback to Colonel Fesser.
Ndikhumbula nabanye amalunga ngoku abebhala phansi ndikhumbula kwenye apho kwakubhala mna khona ndithi leyo nto endiyibhalile ndiyithathe ndiyimikise kuColonel Fesser.
Did you submit these notes to Colonel Fisser or to anyone?
Ezo notes leyo mibhalo wayimnikeza yena uColonel Fisser noma omnye?
When you go to Colonel Fesser, we were sitting there and we were telling him what we were discussing, looking at the notes, and also that we will leave the notes with him. He will capture all what we have told him in the computer.
Ngaphandle kwenotes ezisasihlala naye apho simxelela kokuba yintoni beyingxoxo phaya kuthi nale mibhalo siyibhalile siyishiye naye ukuthi emva koko ke abese eyithatha eyijonga eyifaka kwicomputer.
In addition to what you testified to earlier, in earlier days, about what happened on the 13th, is there, in addition to that, is there anything else that you told Colonel Fisher in the report back?
Ngaphandle kwezehlakalo zomhla ka-13 njengoba usutshilo kukho enye into wayixelela uColonel Fisher eyenzeka aya kwingxelo yenu kwi-report back.
Actually, what we were relating to Colonel Fisher, you had to relate all the activities that took place while the ones that they are within your knowledge. For example, all the meetings that I held with protesters, the union leaders.
Kwa sasithi njengoba ndisixelela uFisher nje lento kwakudinga ukuba umxele yonke into eyenzekile njenge meetings ezi intlanganiso endaba nazo nabaqhankqalazi intlanganiso endaba nazo neenkokheli zeemanyano zabasebenzi njalo njalo.
Who was coordinating matters? In other words, who was the convener of this meeting, dividing people up into groups and so on, General?
Ngubani ke owayenza umsebenzi wokuba abe nokuhlukanisa amaqela okokuba wena uzaba kweli qela eli qela lizakwenza lo msebenzi njalo njalo?
Brigadier Van Graan of Legal Services Head Office. He was the facilitator.
Brigadier Van Graan lo usiphaya head office uphathelene nezemithetho.
No, we talk loosely, we say he was a convener, but do you know what, in practical terms, it is that he did on those days that you were present?
Kwimini ezi wawukhona ngazo phaya wawumbona okokuba wenza ntoni nantoni ubrigadier lo?
He was facilitating the process.
Uye wayehambisa inqubo le yayikhona.
Yes, what I'm asking is, in facilitating the process, what is it that he was doing?
Khawusichazele apho okokuba uhambisa inqubo wayehambisa ngendlela enjani wayenza ntoni nantoni?
Chairperson, firstly, he will welcome us, and we were dealing with the events on the day by day. What happened, first of all, is to say what happened from the 9th until also for the 16th, each and every incident and events that happened on the day by day.
Iyayenzeka ngolhlobo lento mhlekazi wayeqala ngokuba asamkele phaya kuthemva koko abese sicela ukuba sawusebenza kanjani. Ezi zinto sasizithetha ngokulandelana kwazo izinto ezenzeka nge9 yonke into eyenzeka ngalowo mini bese kuthemba koko imini elandelayo njalo njalo.
Can I just understand, General, just going back to the notes issue, I'm not sure I understood you correctly. Did you say that you submitted notes to to Colonel Fisher, or did you say that you went with your notes to Colonel Fisher and gave him feedback from your notes? Which is it? Did you give him the notes, or did you make a report back based on your notes?
Massive apha General uthi nanenza inotes phaya ubhale inotes zesahlakalo ezakho xa seniya ke ku Colonel Fisher niya kwenza i-report back undiva kakuhle ukuba wamnika inotes zakho ezi ikanene wamxelela ezo zehlakalo ngomlomo emva koko wamnika inotes noma kwenzeka ntoni?
I gave him feedback based on my notes.
Ndamnika ingxelo ndifunda apha kwi-notes ezendizibhalile.
What then became of your notes?
Zaphelela phi ke ii-notes ezi wawuziphethe?
I'm still having the notes.
Ndisenazo ezo notes.
The Commission may very well require to have them presented. Of course, the Commission will make that decision.
It'd be helpful for us to have the notes. Do you have them here, or can you bring them for us on Tuesday?
Ungakwazi ukusizela ngolesibini General noma unazo apha kuwe?
They are not here, Chairperson. I can bring them from Tuesday.
Andinazo kwangoku Chairperson.
We look forward to receiving them.
Siza kuvuya kakhulu xa ungeza nazo.
Right. On each of the days that members were attending, I see there is an attendance register, General, if you look at the back of those call-up instructions. Did everyone, to your knowledge, sign the attendance register who was there?
Ndibona apha xa sijonga umva kukho iregister yabantu babeza apho wonke umuntu wayesayina ukuba ukhona. Kwasayina wonke umuntu wayekhona apho General xa uyibona.
So if we want to, when it's convenient, we'll take the tea adjournment, but you will indicate to me when it's appropriate.
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Xa sekulunga ke uzasixelela ukuba singayani netiyeni mhlekazi ngalana.
Let me ask the question differently.
Mandibuze lo mbuzo kanje.
There has been a suggestion that if one looks at the attendance register, there appears to be very few, if any, lower-ranking members of the police, like warrant officers and sergeants. You sent a call-up instruction. You'll find this at page 275. General?
Correct, Chairperson.
Apha wamza ubizo kokuba abo bantu babe khona kodwa xa sijonga le register sibona okokuba aba bezi rank eziphansi kusuka ku warrant officer ukuya phaya phansi bayingcosana nyani ababe khona kulezi nhlangano.
Do you know whether or not the people that you called up to attend the meeting of the 30th did attend?
Aba bantu awubabize ukuba babe kwinhlanganiso yange 30 unenyanza ukuba baba khona apho beza.
Page 275, General, still under flag 14.
Chairperson, what is normally happening is that when a call-up instruction is being done, one expects that all members should attend.
Ngokwesicelo ke Mhlekazi xa kwenziwe isicelo esinjengeso kokuba beza abantu. The question is whether they did. We've got from 1.7 downwards to 1.14, in other words, 8 people. There were constables who were called upon to attend the session. Called upon in a letter which you wrote and signed. Do you know whether they went? They duly went to participate.
Kwakukho i-constables ezazibiziwe ukuba zibe khona.
He's asked the question. They constantly won't know. That's what he knows.
Are you able to say, General, whether those people attended the meeting?
Unako General ukuba sicela abo bantu beza kwizinhlangano.
Chairperson, when I check the attendance register, it's very few of those members that signed the attendance register.
Bambalwa abasayina okokuba bezile apha.
Perhaps we can explore the reasons for that, if any, when we've taken the tea adjournment. We're now adjourned for tea.
Sizawungena kwizizathu zoko emva kwetiye masibethe itiye kancinci.
Francis and recommendations.
Attention everybody, just a reminder that you're all invited to join us for tea to celebrate the chairperson's birthday. So please join us for tea in the room just on the other side. Thanks.
Commission is about to resume. Kalan melin nginyaw.
We'll resume. I'm sorry we're resuming late, but there were matters we had to attend to in chambers after the tea party that we had. You're still under oath, Major General. Mr. Ingulwana, you were going to deal with some aspects, I think, following on from the attendance registers and so forth at the Potchefstroom conference. Is that right?
Yes, that's just one aspect. Thank you, Chair. General, let's see if we can dispose this quickly. The people you called up, do you know whether or not they attended the meetings?
Generalis, kelucacisa le ndawo. Ingaba abantu bobabizile bayekwazi ukuba khona kulo mhlangano wayengazange.
No, Chairperson.
Hayi mhlekazi.
Thank you. I move on. Can I take you back, General, to... This shouldn't incur the wrath of the chairperson. It's something we forgot to deal with some time ago. We're not going to spend too much time on it. Can I take you back to Lieutenant, or is it Lieutenant? Lieutenant Colonel or Lieutenant Baloyi statement, Captain Baloyi statement. It's under flag 6. Just two aspects there.
Singabuyela kwi statement iska Captain Baloyi in flag 6.
Volume B.
Volume B.
Triple G 16, I'm told.
Triple G 16.
What page do you want us to look at?
Particularly page 3 of 5, which is paginated 37.
Thank you. And what paragraph number?
Paragraph 7. Number 37.
Have you found it, General? Paragraph 7? Triple G 16.
Triple G 16. Are we for men?
Correct, Chairperson.
And for men?
Go to paragraph 7. You'll see Captain Baloyi. Is it Captain or Colonel? Colonel Baloyi. Lieutenant. Okay. Warrant officer. Colonel Baloyi. Lieutenant. He says in paragraph 7, talking about the 13th, I advised the general, at the end of that paragraph 7, I advised the general that stun grenades should be used to disperse them. Did he?
No, Chairperson.
Utsho phaa kumhlathi wesixhenxe ezantsi phaya uthi ndacebisa ugeneral uba izitun grenades zisetyenziswe ingaba zasetyenziswa uphendula uthi akazange zisetyenziswe.
What was your answer, General? Did he advise you, as he suggests?
Waye wakucebisa njengoba esitsho?
No, Chairperson.
Akazange.
In paragraph 8, he says, I called other members to come with me to get into the Nyala, and only 2 members responded to my call, and I told the driver that the general, referring to you, wanted us to delay the strikers until we got them until we got them together before disarming them. You see that?
Apha kumhlathi wesibhozo uthi ndabiza amanye amalungu uba ahambe nami siyongena kwezo nyala. Kuye kwasabela amalungu amabini kuphela. Ndaxela umqhubi walonqwelo uba ugeneral ufuna ube ngathi sirhoxisa ukwenza ngolo hlobo uba sibathathele izixhobo.
Did you convey that wish to the members that you wanted them to delay the strikers until you got to them so that you could disarm them?
uye wabaxelela lo myalezo uba uthe mabazame ukurhoxisa kancane uphambaniye kubantu nibathathele izixhobo?
No, Chairperson.
Hayi mhlala ngaphambi.
Can I take you to triple G15, which is Joseph Ompile Merafe's statement?
Singake sibuyele kwi statement sika Joseph Mirape.
It's under flag 7, pagination 40.
Siku number yesixhenxe ephepha le-40.
Have you found it, General?
Correct, Chairperson.
May I ask you to turn to paragraph 17, pagination 45 in your file. Lieutenant Colonel Merafe says, again, he is talking about the 13th, Monday the 13th of August 2012. He says, when I saw that the miners were not going to listen to Major General Mpembe and lay down their weapons. Do you see that?
Correct, Chairperson.
He says, when I,
xa ndibona abonomayini uba abammamelanga uGeneral Mpembe uba abeke phansi izixhobo.
can I just read the whole paragraph and then the interpreter can interpret? When I saw that the miners were not going to listen to Major General Mpembe and lay down their weapons, I spoke to the general and informed him that we should disarm the miners and stop them from continuing, saying that they were heading to the direction of the informal settlement and were very aggressive. Major General Mpembe did not agree with me and the other officers and said he does not want another Tatane incident, which means that he didn't want us to confront the people. I informed Major General Mpembe that I do not agree with him.
Uthe xa ebona uba onomayini abamameli uGeneral Mpembe uba xa esithi babeke phansi izixhobo zabo. Ndiye ndathetha noGeneral ndimazisa uba sifune sibathathele izixhobo ezo sibamise ukuqhubeleka baye kwelo cala babesiya kulo apho kukhona imikhukhu khona and babene dlame kubo. uGeneral Mpembe akavumelananga namanye amalungu kuba ebengafuni uba into efana nale yenzeke ngomhla kaTatana uyayenzeke kuTatana into ethi ukuthi ebengafuni uba siqonde kubo siyobathathela ndamazisa uGeneral Mpembe uba andivumelani naye.
I take it he's still talking about the incident next to the railway line, General. Is that factually correct?
Ndiyathemba usathetha ngesiganeko esenzeka futshane nomgaqo kwaloliwe ingaba kunjalo?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili.
Is he correct when he says you did not agree with him and you said that you did not want another Tatana incident?
Ngaba unyanisile xa ethi azange uvumelane naye usithi awufuni ukwenzeka into eyenzeka kuTatana?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili.
In paragraph 18, he says, and I'm reading the second paragraph or unnumbered paragraph under paragraph 18, he says, Major General Mpembe instructed us to follow the miners on foot and he was also walking with them. You see that?
Kumhlathu wesibini uthi uGeneral Mpembe usicelele uba sibafollowe sibalandele onomayini ngenyawo kwaye waye kuhamba kwanabo. Ingaba yibona loo nto General?
Yes, Chairperson.
Ayona mhlala ngaphambili.
When he says you were walking with them, I take it he's referring to the miners. Would that be factually correct that you were walking with the miners?
Ndicinga xa esithi wahamba nabo utsho ubona onomayini ingaba nene wahamba nabo?
No, Chairperson.
Akunjalo mhlala ngaphambili.
And I take you to the statement of Mr. Joseph Matunjwa, which is under flag 13 of your file. It is Exhibit NN for those who don't have pagination.
Can you
turn to paragraph 37.
Siyakumhlati 37.
Pagination 162 or page 12 of Exhibit NN, paragraph 37. General, have you found it?
Paper elibhalwe 162 page 12.
I did find it, Chairperson.
Second sentence in that paragraph. He said, he's talking about you, Mr. Matunjwa. He says, you said that the copy was now a security zone. Did you say that to Mr. Matunjwa?
Kwisivakalo sesibini uthi uthe ndiqiniseka utsho wena general indulileyo kwakuyindawo yokhuseleko ingaba injalo?
No, Chairperson.
Akunjalongo.
Paragraph 38, second sentence, he says, the general mentioned that 4 people had been identified as leaders and that 2 of these were NUM members and 2 of them were AMCU members.
Kwisivakalo sesibini uthi ugeneral wachaza uba abo bantu bane babonakele bezinkokheli zemibutho leyo yenu nababini babo kwakungabe AMCU.
He's, of course, if one, after you've read the initial parts of the statement, he's talking about the first meeting, what you said to them at that first meeting on the 15th of August, the meeting that started at around 2 in the afternoon.
Oh, kutsho ukuthi ungalanhlangano yokuqala ubukwayichaza go Nsimbi yesibini eMalanga.
Did you mention to Mr. Matunjwa, to the meeting on the 15th, that afternoon, that 2 or 4 of the strikers had been identified as leaders?
Ingaba uyewachaza ngalomhlangano kumnumzana uMathunjwa uba abo ababini babo babebona njengenkokheli?
No, Chairperson.
Akunjalongo.
But what I said is that the people that I addressed on the 13th, others are belonging to NUM and others are belonging to AMCO, but not 4.
Into enayichazayo ndachaza uba abanye babo ngabe NUM abanye ngabe AMCO, azange nichaze uba ngabantu abane.
While you're dealing with that point, you told us that on Monday you showed the photographs to the Lonman people, asked if they could identify the people who were visible on the photograph. And they said they couldn't, with photographs, that they couldn't because the people who could do the identification had already gone home, but they would be back the next morning. Did you get feedback in the course of the Tuesday or even the Wednesday from Lonman identifying some of the people on the photographs and giving information, presumably from Lonman's records, as to the union affiliation of those persons?
Uchaze uba ubukwabonisa abaphathi belunmin ifoto ezo uba bakwazi ukubona abantu babo bayakwazi na ubazi bangabubani baphi uthi abakwazanga ukubachaza kwezo foto ezo kuba abantu bebenokwazi ukubachaza uba bangubani babesebehambile.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlali ngaphambi.
Did you ask them if they could give you the residential addresses of those people as well?
Ingaba uyobabuza ba bangakunika apho bahlala khona abantu abo?
Yes, Chairperson.
Mhlala ngaphambili.
And did they do so?
Bayenzile lonto?
No, Chairperson.
Abayenzanga mhlala ngaphambili.
Paragraph 38, General. Sorry, paragraph 40.
Was that because they didn't know, or they didn't have it available, or did they give any explanation as to why they couldn't give you the addresses of these people?
Kungokuba babengakwazi or babengekho okanye kwakusizathu sini uba bangakwazi ukunika apho bahlala khona abantu abo?
Chairperson, they didn't tell me what is the precise reason, but what they informed me, and that was a request from their side, is that I must not even mention that they are the ones that they have assisted me to identify these people.
Mhlala ngaphambili akho sizathu sithile abasichazayo. Into abayichaza kwakuba kuthetha uba ndingayithethi nokuyithetha into yoba kwakungabanye bancedisayo ukukhomba abantu abo.
In paragraph 40, General, of the same page, of the same statement, third sentence, Mr. Matunjwa relates what Mr. Mokoena said at that meeting. He says, Mr. Mokoena stated that the workers must renounce violence and return to work peacefully, and then lawmen would engage with their grievances. See that?
Kwisivakalo sesithathu umnumzana uMathunja uchaza into eyayithethwa ngumnumzana uMkwena. Uthi umnumzana uMkwena uthe abasebenzi mabahlukane nodushe babuyele emsebenzini ngoxolo, abameli be-loan mill bazokwazi ukuthetha nabo ngengxaki zabo. Uyayibona indawo enjani?
Yes, I can see it, Chairperson.
Ndiyayibona mhlala ngaphambili.
Did Mr. Mokoena at that meeting say that if the workers renounce violence and return to work peacefully, lawmen would engage with their grievances?
Ingaba uMr Mokoena wayithetha lona uba abasebenzi uba bayehlukana nodushe babuyele emsebenzini ngoxolo, abantu abaselomini bazokwazi ukuhlala nabo phansi bakwazi ukuthetha ingxaki zabo?
No, Chairperson, what I know, it might also be found on Exhibit 004, page 27. That's only what I know what Mr. Mokoena said.
I'm mhlala ngaphambili. Into endiyaziyo ingafumaneka
Just to be correct, your flag 7
number 27
is followed by the exhibit to which the witness is referred, which is a transcript of the meeting at Lonman before the two presidents went to the copy. And I'm not sure whether what Mr. Chinjwa says is an exact summary of what was said, but we can easily check it by looking at it's 004.
Yes, Chair. I don't think it's in dispute what was said by Mr. Mokoena. I just wanted to check with the witness whether what Mr. Matunjwa relates as what Mr. Mokoena said, that once the workers had come back to work, then lawmen would engage with their grievances. In other words, the way I read it, that they would engage directly with the workers. It's clear what lawmen's position is at 004.
Thank you. 004 is in fact a transcript of what was recorded at that very meeting. So if what Mr. Matunjwa says doesn't accord with that, then what Mr. Matunjwa says is incorrect. And if it does accord, well, he is correct. But we don't have to spend much time on it because we can just look at 004 for the ipsissima verba of what was said at that meeting, isn't it, sir?
Absolutely, Chair. I wasn't going to engage with this anymore. We're just referring to page 27, line 9, to page 20. Sorry, page 27, line 9, line 17, page 28, line 9 of 004. Can I take you to paragraph 54 of that same statement, General? Pagination 166, page 16 of NN.
Nice, we had a number 54, General Sibona.
in the last sentence of that paragraph, he says, Major General Mpembe gave us a salute and said that he was very optimistic and impressed and had no doubt that the strike would be over the next day.
Kwisifayile sokugqibela uthi uGeneral Mpembe wasinika isalute esibulisa ngesandla wathi unokubonela phambili futhi unethemba loba ukuzabalaza oko kuzobe kuphelile ngosuku olulandelayo.
Perhaps I should put this in perspective by reading the previous sentence. This is said in the context where Mr. Matungwa says what he reported to that meeting was, we said that the workers had been receptive of the proposal. He's now talking of the second meeting in the evening of the 15th. We said that the workers had been receptive to the proposal that they return to work and that we would see them again in the morning to discuss the matter further. He then says, you saluted him. Is that factually correct? Did you salute him?
Masibele kumhlatu usiqale kumhlatu ungasenza apho uMr Mathunjo athi sithe abasebenzi bayamkele isicelo sokuba babuyele emsebenzini futhi sizawubabona ngosuku olulandelayo ngengomso ukuthetha ungaphambili ukuya phambili ngoludaba. Ngenifuna ukuqonda ingaba nyani uyehamba salute na?
No, Chairperson, but what I said is that I'm impressed.
Mhlala ngaphambili kodwa into yacho ndathi ba ndiyenelisekile.
Did you say you were impressed during the meeting or later?
Engabe uthe uyaneliseka ngexesha lenhlanganiso okanye ngemva kwenhlanganiso?
It was after the meeting, and I was with Major General Edendale by that time, talking to him to say I'm impressed, and if this could happen, what we are being told, at least the problem will be over.
Kwakusemva komhlanganiso ndanithetha no mnumzana uEnedale nimxelela uba ndiyaneliseka uba ngaba lento sicela yona ingenzeka.
Chairperson, you'll find that reference at the documents bundle, pagination 243. It's an off-the-record discussion.
It's a certificate by the transcriber, so they must.
It's referred to because these were other way around. It's page 21 of that transcript.
Singayibona kuphepha elibhalwe 243 kodwa kwelinye page number 21.
See, the transcription, the certificate is actually the wrong place. So you say it's page 21, that's page 244 of our copies of the bundle, I think.
Correct, Chairperson. Found the reference to which the General refers. Well, firstly, this is an off-the-record discussion, so it wasn't part of the meeting. And secondly, towards, I think it's line 15, General Mpembe, he says he was addressing the other generals in an off-the-record discussion. He says, so up to so far, I'm really impressed. That's what he is referring to.
See, not a remark addressed to General Ando, addressed to Matunjwa, because it says your leadership is still under testing, confirmation is the outcome. So he's obviously talking, he may have been talking to General Ando at the beginning, but clearly that remark is addressed to Mr. Matunjwa.
We've covered this, but in consultation, so let him testify. General, can you indicate to the Commission what the circumstances were and who was part of the conversation you were having? And thirdly, there are three questions. What were the circumstances? Secondly, who was part of the conversation? And thirdly, to whom were you addressing these words?
General, ungakwazi ukuchaza ukuthi kwakuyimo enjani kana ukuthetha lamagama kubani wayekhona kulo nhlangano kwaye wawathetha lamagama owajongise kubani?
In that meeting, I did say that the police, it was myself, Major General Edendale, and Major General Naidu.
lamazi ndandiwatsho kusithi amapolisa mna uGeneral Anadale noGeneral Naido.
I know only Mr. Matunjwa, but he also had some delegations, and the management, it was Mr. Khwadi.
Sorry, General, I'm not now talking about the meeting. The meeting is over. I'm talking about the incident. Can I refer you to page 21 of Triple G4? Do you have it in front of you? Triple G4 is the debriefing transcript.
General, andithethi ngexesha lomhlangano, ndithetha ngexesha langasemva. Singabheka ku Triple G4.
It's in the documents bundle. It'll be page 244 for those who have pagination, but page 21 of Triple G4 for those who don't have the pagination. Look at the bottom right-hand corner, General. You see page either 244 or 243, bottom right-hand corner. In the middle of the page at the top, it should be page 21. Have you found it?
I can see it, yeah.
See, it says off-the-record discussion about vehicles being in convoy and so on. Do you see that page?
Ngabe ibona le paper kuthethwa ngalo.
I just want to see the word of the record.
It's at the top of the page. It's written in bold, in capital letters and underlined.
Looks as if it's page 690 from the police hard drive. You've got 690 in the top right-hand corner. And just below the 690, you see there's words in capitals underlined, to which Council is referring you. Off-record discussion about vehicles being in convoy. Now that relates back to something that had been discussed on an earlier page, where there was a request that they be escorted. Originally the police said no, and then the police agreed that they would escort them. And then obviously there was an off-the-record discussion whether vehicles should be in convoy or not, but that's not relevant, so that wasn't transcribed. And then someone is reported as saying, now presumably that's you. After Matonto says yes, then there's a statement made by someone who's not identified, but I suspect it may be you. It says, President, so you're obviously talking to Matunjwa. I do not know, maybe I'm inaudible. I think it would also be edifying under the circumstances if we can also hear from the generals what's been their impression since the time you've been with us from morning up to where we've been, so what has been their impression. So I take it that's a reference to the other generals present, presumably Ananda was Naidu there as well. Then General Mpembe says, it will be fair, because the two generals were there. And then it continues. So do I read it correctly that the other two generals present were asked for their impressions of the discussion, or am I wrong?
Ngohlobo ebhalwe ngayo njengoba usitsho uthetha kumongameli uthi andazi kodwa ndaninga ungavakali ukuthi napho ndicinga uba ibingaba iyalunga kwesisimo sikuso uba singeva nabanye general uba bona bayibona kanjani.
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay,
kunjalo ifunda kakuhle.
Let's do it step by step. General, the person who says, President, I do not know, maybe I am circumstances. Do you see that part? Who is that? Who is saying that?
General, othetha lamazwi uthi mongameli andazi mhlawumbe ingaba kunjalo kwisimo esinje kubani othetha lo mazwi?
thinking about it, may I raise something? I take it that this is a Lonman transcript from a recording made without disclosure by Lonman of the discussion. And perhaps Lonman's representatives can tell us if they still have the tape, in which case someone can listen to us and then the blanks can be, the blank speakers, as it were, can be identified. We may save time that way. The witness may not be able to remember, but if it's important, then I'm sure that unless Lonman have either destroyed the tape or taped over it, we'll be able to ascertain who the speakers were.
Ngokubona kwami kube engathi ngimibhale ebhale ngoba kwalolu mina mhlawumbe ikwangabo benze ushicilelo lamazwi la uba ngaba kuyenzeka okanye bibalekile benicela ibe ngabo abakwazi ukusichazisela kulena uba ihamba kanjani.
Yeah, we do not know if the tape still exists, so we'll have to take instructions and come back to you on Tuesday morning. Thank you.
Yes, you
don't have to tell us, you can do. Sorry, you don't have to do it formally before the Commission. You can just revert to your learned friends who appear for the police. And if it's necessary, then arrangements can be made for someone, perhaps the witness or someone else, to listen to the tape to see if the unidentified speakers can be identified if the tape is available.
Quite so, Chair. Thank you.
Noba izibaleka apha kule commission nje ukuva nje basingakwazi ukuva bangubani nanobani ababethetha apha.
Thank you. General, who is it that uttered those words? President, I do not know, maybe I am. Are you able to answer that?
General, ungabe usakhumbula uba ingaba ngubani okanye uyakwazi ukuphendula uba ingaba ngubani wayethetha lamazwi othi Mongameli andazi mhlawumbi?
Or do you prefer to wait for the audio if and when we receive it?
Okanye mhlawumbi sikayomamela tape akhoyo uba awukwazi ukusichazela.
I was normally referring to him, President, when I was talking to him.
Bendiye ndimbize Mongameli xa ndandithetha naye.
Shall I take it that's you who's addressing him in that paragraph?
Oh, kutsho ukuthi nguwe wawuthetha naye kulo mhlathi.
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlali ngaphambili.
Now, in the next paragraph, just paint a picture first. What is the setup here? Are you sitting down? Are you standing? And who is part of this group of people?
Kakuzama ukusipha ilihlo lengqondo ukuba kwakumeke kwakuhlaleke kanjani. Ingaba nani ihleli phansi okanye nani mile okanye kwakusenzeka ntoni?
We were in another room at the jog, but not inside the jog, and we were sitting. But there was a time where I was communicating with General Enendale and General Naidu, while Mr. Matunja and his entourage was standing somewhere, and also Mr. Khwadi was somewhere. But then he did approach us, but when I was uttering the words, I was busy talking to the two generals, and he was coming to join us.
Sasi kwenye indlu apha ejoko kodwa hayi lapho kubanjelwe khona umhlangano. Yayindim no general ababini uMr Mathunja wayekhona naye nabanye wayehamba nabo. Kodwa ngelixesha ndithethayo babe kunexeshanyana ebabehlale kudenyana kunathi. Kodwa ngelixesha ndikhupha lamazwi wayesondela ngakuthi mina ngelixesha ndithetha nabo general.
Yes, you say, my impression is firstly, you were on the dot, particularly to mention to say, now you accepted responsibility and you will get there as management from the beginning. Who are you referring to as you in that excerpt? Do you want me to read it again? Have you got it in front of you, General?
Uthe ngokubona kwami ubuchanucwethe kodwa ukutsho ukuthi wamkela olixanduva ulokuya kubaphathi kuso wasekuqaleni xa utsho lamazwi ngaba utsho kubani?
I was talking to President Matunjo of AMCO.
Ndandithetha nomongameli we-AMCO umnumzana uMathunjwa.
Particularly to mention, and I'm reading this paragraph, particularly to mention, to say, now you accept a responsibility and you will go there as management just from the beginning. Are you addressing Mr. Mathunjwa?
Xa usithi kanye kanye ukutsho ukuba uwamkela oluxanduva lokuya wothetha nabaphathi ukusoka sekuqaleni wawuthetha nomnumzana uMathunjwa?
Correct, Chairperson.
Ewe kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili.
Is Mr. Mathunjwa management, General?
Ingaba umnumzana uMathunjwa ngomnye wabaphathi?
General, it does look as if someone from London must have been present during this discussion as well.
General, bonse ngathi
I get that impression
wayikhona naye kule nhlanganiso.
from line 22. That's why I wanted management should listen. And then the earlier reference to which Councillor has referred you, line 14, you will go there as management. Now, Mr. Mathunjwa was the president of AMCO. He wasn't involved in management. Management was Lonman. So the first question is, was there someone from Lonman present when this discussion took place?
Umbuzo wokuqala uthi ingaba ukhona umuntu owayemele abakwaLonmini ngelixesha kuthethwa izingxoxo?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, part of the problem is we haven't got page 20. Page 20 is missing, and perhaps that's something which may solve the mystery to some extent, because it may appear from 20 that someone who it was who was there from London, but perhaps the witness can help us. Can you remember who was there from London? Was it Kwadi or Marikana or who?
Iphepha lungu-number 20 mhlambi kwelo phepha singabona ukuthi ngubani nobekhona. Asazi ke mhlambi ungasinceda General uba ungakhumbula.
I remember Mr. Khwadi.
Would you agree then? Carry on, Mr. Interpreter, sorry. Would you agree then that it looks as if this remark about you will go there as management just from the beginning looks as if it was addressed to Mr. Kwadi? Because he was the representative of management, presumably, at this meeting. I'm trying to help you, Mr. Lwana. If I'm doing the opposite, please let me know.
Oh, absolutely. I'm grateful, Chair.
Ungavuma xa ndithi ngohlobo ebonakala ngale ingawawuthetha nabaphathi belonmini ngohlobo endiva izwe la mhlambi wawuthetha nomnumzana uKhwadi ngaba kunjalo?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlekazi.
Lwana, you want to take this point further now?
Yes, no, thank you, Chair. Then you continue, General, and say, but to me, the leadership is to get the issues resolved. Who are you addressing yourself to there?
Uqhubekile ke wathi ngokuya ngokwami abaphathi kukwenza uba bokuxombulula ingxaki ezi ingaba uthetha nabani ngelo xesha?
In fact, maybe this goes together with the next sentence. So up to so far, I am really impressed, as I have said to you, and then in audible, peaceful, what it is, resolution and your leadership is still under testing at the moment. Who are you addressing yourself to?
Iqhubeka idlibanisa nomvali sesibini ukufikela ngoku ndiyaneliseka njengoba bendichilo kuwe ngaphambili. Uxolo ukusombulula futhi abaphathi basazilinga ngalomzuzu wawuthetha nabani kulomazo?
To Mr. Mathunjwa.
Ndandithetha nomnumzana uMathunjwa.
Paragraph 57, I'm moving on. Paragraph 57 of that same statement, page 17, pagination 167. Mr. Mathunjwa says, he's talking about the 16th of August. Mr. Kwadi informed me that there was a press conference by the SABs from the LPD offices. I asked why AMCU was not invited as NUM was there. You see that, General?
Umnumzana umathunjwa uthe umnumzana ukhwadi umazise uba kwakukhona abemaphepha nabamapolisa nabe-LPD nabe-LPD office. Ndiyabuza uba abe-AMCU kutheni na bengakumenywanga bona ngoba abe-NUM babekhona. Ingabe yakubona loo nto, General?
I see it, Chairperson.
Am I right in saying he's talking about the Provincial Commissioner's press address that morning of the 16th?
Ingaba ndinyanisile xa ndithi wayethetha ngokuthetha kwendaba ngumkomishina ophondo ngalo mhla we-16?
Correct, Chairperson.
Kunjalo mhlala ngaphambili.
To your knowledge, was NUM or its representatives invited to that media conference?
Ngokwazi kwakho abe-UNM okanye abemele i-UNM babemenyiwe kulo mhlanganiso?
No, Chairperson.
Hayi mhlala ngaphambili.
To your knowledge, were there any NUM representatives at the press conference? If you didn't see them, you didn't see them. If you saw them, you saw them. Just tell us whether you saw them.
Ngokwazi kwakho ingaba abe-NUM babekhona kulo nhlanganiso? Uba ngaba wababona bazange wababone ungisazisa nje uba babekhona kwama bengekho.
I did not see them, but also that the most person that I know of NUM, it was Mr. Zenze Nezokwan. The others, as I indicated, I did not know them.
Andizange ndibabone njengoba benditshilo uba umuntu endandimazi kwayengumnumzana uZokwane, abanye noba bekhona andizange ndibabone.
Did you see Mr. Zokwana at the media conference that morning?
Ingaba umbonile umnumzana uZokwane kulo mhlanganiso wendaba?
No, Chairperson.
Andizange ndimbone.
Paragraph 60, page 18 of NN, pagination 168. He says, Mr. Kwadi, after some time, came back and called us into one of the offices at LPD. He was accompanied by 3 people, one of whom I know only as Patrick, who is from Human Resource, and 2 others. Mr. Kwadi said that he did not have good news. He said that management could not commit to engaging with the workers if they returned to work. This is now Mr. Matunjo's take, this was a clear departure of the commitment given the previous day, which is on the 15th. You see that, General?
Uthi umnumzana uKhwati emva kwexesha wabuya wazosibizela kwenye iofisi yeLPD ekhatshwa ngamanye abantu abathathu. Omnye endimazi ngoba nguPatrick kuphela osuka kwi-Human Resource nababini abanye. Mr. Kwadi wathi akaphathanga ndaba zimnandi. Uthi abaphathi angeke bazibophelele ekuthethathetheni nabasebenzi uba bayaphindela emsebenzini.
We've covered this.
Kwakuyinto esukayo kwisibophezelo besinike sona ngosuku olulandelayo. Ibonakala ngathi abamanagement batshintshe ingqondo yabo ngobusuku obo.
Did management during the meeting of the 15th commit to engaging with workers, and I add in brackets directly, if they returned to work?
Ingaba abaphathi baye bavuma bazibophelela uba bazokwazi ukuhlala bathethane nabasebenzi uba baphindele emsebenzini bathetha nabo ngqo ngalo mini yange 15?
No, Chairperson.
Akunjalongo mhlala ngaphambili.
Paragraph 68, page 20 of NN, pagination 170. Second sentence. He said, Mr. Matunjwa says, General Mpembe introduced the AMCU delegation to the Provincial Commissioner Mbombo and said that she was now in charge of the operation. Mbombo confirmed that she was now in charge of the operation and said this thing must end today because it is costing the state a lot of money.
General Mpembe wazise abameli be-AMCU ebazisa ku-Commissioner ophondo uMbombo and ebazisa uba ngoku nguye ophethe yonke loo nto yayisenzeka. uMbombo uye waqinisekisa uba nguye nyhani ophetheyo and esithi loo nto mayiphele ngolosuku ngoba seyitye imali eninzi karhulumente.
Did you say to Mr. Matunjwa and his delegation that Provincial Commissioner Mbombo was now in charge of Operation Platinum?
Ingaba utshilo na kumnumzana uMathunjwa uba ngoku umcommissioner uMbombo nguye oseyinhloko yolihlelo?
No, Chairperson, this is not true.
Ayimhlala ngaphambili akuyonyani le.
Well, I suppose the follow-up question falls away in light of the first answer that you gave, but let me ask you anyway. Did Provincial Commissioner Mbombo confirm that she was in charge of the operation?
Lo mbuzo ndiyawuva awusekho akhwaphusa sakhona kodwa mandiwubuze ingaba uMbombo waye waqinisekisa uba nyhani nguye oseyinhloko yale lihlelo?
No, Chairperson.
Ayimhlala ngaphambili.
Did Provincial Commissioner Mbombo say this thing is costing the state money, a lot of money?
Ingaba umcommissioner Mbombo wawatsho amagama oba lento seyitye imali karhulumente?
No, Chairperson.
Ayimhlala ngaphambili.
Did she say this thing must end today, which is the 16th of August?
Ingaba watsho uba lento mayiphele namhlanje oko kutsho umhla we-16 zika-August?
No, Chairperson.
Ayimhlala ngaphambili.
Paragraph 69, page 21 of NN, pagination 171. Mr. Matunjwa says, I then requested transport to take me to the copy in terms of the protocol that had been explained to me the day before. A female SABC officer was appointed to arrange transport. We waited, but no transport arrived.
Umnumzana Mathunjwa uthi ndaye ndacela uba isithuthi ezokundithatha sindise kulonduli njengohlelo belubekiwe ngosuku olandulela olo. Ipolisakazi lalicele uba lize lizame eso sithuthi sonithatha sindisapho. Ndalinda kodwa akho sithuthi saye safika.
Is that factually correct, General?
Ingaba leyo inyani?
No, Chairperson. I just also want to point out to say that Mr. Mathunjwa, whenever he was approaching me to arrange a transport, I was always arranging the transport. I don't know why in this case he will want to say I did not want to arrange a transport. I just want to mention that on the previous day, the night, he did request that he should be escorted to the road. We did arrange that.
Yes, perhaps I should...
ngaphambili khona ndifuna ukuyicacisa apha uba qho umnumzana Mathunjwa xa efuna isithuthi ezomhambisa apho ayakhona ebe eze kum bendiye ndiyilungise loo nto. Andazi ke ngolusuku uba kwenze kanjani uba afune ze kungabikho sithuthi esimhambisayo.
As for the record, I should read the rest of the paragraph. He then says, after waiting for 15 to 20 minutes, I approached General Mpembe. He said there was no transport. I pointed to 3 Vito Mercedes minibuses. He looked into using these vehicles and came back to me and said that there were no keys for the minibuses.
Mandifunde ndiqhubeke phambili mhlawumbe izovakala kahle. Emva kokulinda imizuzu elishumi nesihlanu uya kumizuzu ngamashumi amabini ndaya kumGeneral Mpembe oye wathi akunasithuthi. Ndamkhomba imoto ezintathu ekuzivito Mercedes minibus uye wojonga ngenjongo zokufuna ukuzisebenzisa wabuya kuma esithi akunazitshixo kwezo moto ezo.
You've testified earlier about this aspect, that you went and looked for keys and the keys were with people who were already deployed. Is there anything you wish to add in that regard?
Ubuwayichaza lana uba wahamba wayokukhangela izitshixo wafumanisa ukuba izitshixo zikwabanye amalungu abekwezinye indawo abesebenzela kuzo. Ungazama ukuchaza kuloo ndawo le?
It's correct, Chairperson, that a female captain is Captain Selike, and the escorting was arranged. Thanks.
Ngingachaza ukuba uCaptain ongumama uCaptain Selike kwaye wenzeka indaba wakwazi ukumkhapha.
Well, in paragraph 70, he says General Pembe then advised us we should use our own vehicles. And he says, I reminded him of the protocol of the day before and the clear instruction not to use our own vehicles. I asked why this had changed and why we now had to use our own vehicles. I asked whether no transport was available because the president of NUM was not there. I received no answer. Did you have that conversation with Mr. Matunjwa?
Uqhubekathi uGeneral Mpembe uze wasicebisa uba sisebenzise imoto zethu. Ndamkhumbuza uba ngohlelo behleliwe ngosuku olandulela olo kwakukhona umyalelo ocacileyo uba singasebenzisi imoto zethu. Ndambuza kutheni na ilento itshintshile. Kutheni lento kufuneka sisebenzise imoto zethu. Ndabuza kwakho uba akunamoto zikhona na kuba umongameli weNAM akekho. Andafumana impendulo. Ingaba uthetha thonto njalo lwabakhona?
No, Chairperson. I just also want to point out, as I said, when we had a debriefing a day before, a night before, that was on the 15th, the NUM president was not there. And I did arrange a transport that escorted Mr. Matunjwa to go to the road, and we made sure that he was safe. But the following day, I'm shocked to hear that this is what he's saying.
I'm mhlalo ngaphambili ndifuna nokuchaza lena uba kusuku olandula lelo xa sasithetha nansi wayengekho umongameli weNAM. Ndaye ndakwazi ukulungisa kuba kube khona isithuthi esithatha uMr Mthunjwa sihambe siyombeka emgaqweni. Ndiyamangala ke kusuku olandulayo xa ethetha ngolhlobo.
Did you say to him he must use his own vehicle to go to the copy?
Ingaba wathi uba makasebenzise imoto yakhe kuya kulondoli?
No, Chairperson.
Hayi mhlala ngaphambili.
I take you to paragraph 83, page 25 of Exhibit NN, pagination 175.
Singake siye lapha ku paragraph 83 ku page 25 ekwabi benzwe yaba ngu page 175.
This is, I take it, when he was now coming back, looking to report back about what had happened after his second address.
Ndiyathemba ixesha abuyele emva ngokwezova incaza emhlangano bawukhona ngaphambili.
Oh, this is just before the second address, I think. He says, I then met with the AMCO branch committee and explained to them that neither the subs nor management was willing to engage with me. But by this time, the situation was tense. The provincial commissioner had left, presumably to the hospital. The generals who had welcomed our intervention the day before were no longer willing to engage with us. The protocol of the previous day was not being followed. Is he correct when he says the generals were no longer willing to engage with them as AMCU delegation?
Uthi ndaye ndahlangana nabekomiti ibranch committee AMCU ndibachazela uba abe subs kunye nabo bemanagement abazimiselanga ukuthethathethana nathi. Kwelixesha kwasekukubi. Umkomishana waphondo uhambile, abo general nabo babesebehambile, ingaba kunjalo na ba sebehambile abo general
No, Chairperson.
akunjalongo mhlali ngaphambili.
Chairperson, we are now going to move to the last aspect of the examination in chief, on which we intend dwelling for quite some time, and that is dealing with the criticisms of the plan by the experts, as well as the standing orders and the other prescripts.
As if we'd have to let it stand over until Tuesday morning at 9:30. I want to state that originally I was informed that these premises would not be available to us on the first Monday and the first and second Wednesday of the month. So on that basis, we did not sit on the first Monday or the first Wednesday. But I was subsequently informed shortly before the second Wednesday that the premises were available the second Wednesday, but not the third Wednesday. It was by that time too late to change the arrangements. So we will not be sitting on Wednesday of next week. I think it's appropriate that I should tell those concerned about that now. I hope to spend some time on that day with the evidence leaders, or some of them, trying to work on about the program for what we can call next term. So the day will not be wasted, and I'm sure that those present here will also find important things to do in connection with the Commission on the Wednesday. I'm sorry we will not be sitting, but in fact it may be a blessing in disguise, because it will enable us perhaps to do work that we couldn't otherwise easily do. But it's important that I should tell everyone concerned about that now. So at this point we will adjourn until Tuesday at 9:30. I should also perhaps say that as of what we can call next term, in other words, the period after the recess we're taking, the idea is that we should start at 9 every morning. It's no longer necessary for us to arrange our times on the basis we're sitting in Rustenburg. But strong representation has been made to me by people who have aeroplanes to catch, that we should not sit on Friday afternoon. But if we sit at 9 o'clock, from 9 o'clock every morning, we will in fact gain 2.5 hours, which in fact is longer than the Friday afternoon that we would lose, which we're losing at the moment in any event. So I thought I should tell everybody about that now so they can bear it in mind for the future. So we will adjourn then until, as I've said before, 9:30 on Tuesday morning. I wish you all a very happy and successful weekend.
Weekend Monday kuni nonke into ebekade ichaza ngomhlali ngaphambili apha kokuba siyoze singene ngolesibini, kodwa ke kuzawuthi emva kokuba sivalile kwabakho i-recess, emva koko ngoba sesi kufuphi apha sizawucala ngo-9